трансляцію. Пряма трансляція на Ютубі. А ви говорили, що нам треба... Що? Раз, чути, да? Ви вімкнули трансляцію, так? Да? Шановні члени наглядової ради, ми сьогодні проводимо другий етап конкурсного відбору на посаду голови управління акціонерного товариства Національна суспільна телерадіокомпанія. Рішення про обрання голови правління має бути мотивованим, з обґрунтуванням підстав, на основі яких наглядова рада надала перевагу одному кандидату перед іншим. Сподіваюсь, що ми оберемо такого керівника, який виконуватиме свої функції в інтересах суспільного мовника і на благо суспільства, а не окремої політичної сили чи бізнес-групи. Оголошую наше засідання відкритим. Під час другого етапу конкурсу наглядова рада заслуховуватиме програми розвитку НСТУ та голосуватиме за голову правління. Претенденти виступатимуть відповідно до алфавітного порядку їхніх прізвищ. Кожен із них матиме 20 хвилин для презентації. Після цього члени наглядової ради мають право поставити йому чи їй необмежену кількість запитань. Після заслуховування всіх претендентів наглядова рада НСТУ оголосить перерву в засіданні тривалістю до 1 години, тобто це може бути і 20, і 30, і 40 хвилин, задля обговорення. У разі, якщо під час першого туру голосування один із претендентів отримує голоси більшості членів від загального складу наглядової ради НСТУ, такий претендент вважається обраним на посаду голови правління НСТУ. У засіданні беруть участь максимум 15 членів наглядової ради. Таким чином, задля перемоги достатньо буде отримати 8 голосів. У нас двоє...
Two members will take part remotely, and they agreed to vote openly. Both members who voted remotely had a surgery recently, and doctors didn't allow them to travel here to the studio. I ask my colleagues to announce that they have a conflict of interest, if they have any, at each round. I announced that. No conflict of interest. Okay, so we start. I ask my colleagues to approve the agenda. We have 2 items in the agenda. Selection of head of the board and miscellaneous. Decision is taken unanimously. Colleagues, later we shall vote for approval of the ballot paper. So now we listen to the programs of the candidates. Vitaly Dokolenko is the first, but Mr. Pavlyuchenko has one warning. Good morning. I want each of the candidates, first of all, give his or her consent that all presentations and all discussion is publicized through YouTube. Your consent to processing of personal data that you had provided initially when you applied, all questions asked and discussed could touch certain specific features of your work or personalities, and this is reservations to all members of Supervisory Board. If you are going to ask a question that will be not convenient for the candidate, you can demand to be discussed it, not publicly, but if you don't say that, then it will be publicized. You're not against publicizing. Okay, so it will be broadcast. Now present are 11 members of supervisory board in this studio. Others that are supposed to come will be 5 minutes late. So we have quorum anyway, so we start listening to the program of candidate. Vitaly Dokalenko, please, you have 20 minutes. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to come to the second round. I'm a little bit nervous. When I started my activity many years ago, I started in from this building in Krещатик Street. I prepared my presentation, but I try to speak freely. The first step that I witnessed is creation of news channel on the basis of entire structure that we have now, on the basis of Suspilne. Now we have 229 staff members in news studio. It is more than in majority of other commercial channels. If you add to that journalists and correspondents that are working in regional companies, this number will increase to 400 staff, which is in line with the requirements for a good new studio that can work quickly and become at the forefront of news broadcasting in the country. Based on that, you can develop a news hub that will become the center for dissemination of information for all platforms of public broadcaster, both for TV and radio and internet platform. On the basis of that, we are preparing regional network of broadcasting. Such examples do exist in European companies. The Prepare Info is working based on such scheme. They have two regional blocks that allow to broadcast informational program about the regions that they come from. So they remove the workload from regional channels. They must not fill in content for 24 hours. Such system works in Poland, in France. The system of news broadcasting in some European countries. In Denmark, for instance, there are commercial broadcasters. They are responsible for well-balanced information to avoid what we sometimes have when news channels can very soon become an instrument of propaganda. If we build such a channel, I think that it will become popular very soon. And as I plan, we can achieve in the end of the first year 1.5 up to 2% of all viewers when we make it on the basis of the broadcasting network that we have now. That will give us possibility to include sufficient number of programs and projects in this time, and a year later, we can cover full-fledged broadcasting network with a linear structure that we don't have. Now viewers do not have a clear orientation at what time they can see what. A little bit more about news broadcasting. Why we need news broadcasting? Now, when there is a fixed time of news program, this news can become obsolete. Since we have internet, this news is already given in the internet. It's not fresh. So use become obsolete. I come back to the main broadcasting, UA1. Within 1 year, we shall build new program that is filled with our own content and the purchased content. We can make a great number of projects that will bring cultural and social mission for the country. I had such examples in my practice, in my experience. When I used to work at 1+1, we had a very interesting project, Undercovered Millionaire. It was a very interesting project. How a person having a certain lifestyle that he's used to is coming to the different atmosphere with common people, and that pushes this millionaire to be engaged in charity work. And we can build entire system of such projects. I would suggest same approach in production of serials. There are very many interesting things that do not come to commercial broadcaster. They are not for interest to some. For last 10 years, I'm planning to make a serial about Mr. Tereshchenko. Many good ethical examples for us. His grandfather, when he was telling about the legacy, he mentioned, he said, you will get my legacy, but in the will, it will be written that 80% of what you get, you must give for charity, for Philharmonic, for Hanenko Art Museum, etc. If we make such serial movie, it is possible to go further than just broadcasting it in our country, but abroad, because Mr. Tereshchenko was a kind of garant of Russian Empire at that time. Giving guarantees for partners during the war with Germany. He was a guarantor of external borrowings for the country. So very many interesting things from history that can raise rating of the channel if that film is made with good quality. Later, it is possible to sell it in the internet platform, even to other countries. Then, when we speak about culture channel, there are examples that public broadcasters have such channels that pick up very limited audience that is targeted for young people. Audience starting from 4 till 25 years, and make projects that could be very modern, not static, that would tell young people interesting thing, bringing channels back to public broadcast. That there is an example, an A project by Hlopotenko, who is collecting up to 17 or 20 50,000 views. That should be developed further. Project with social mission should be developed, telling who we are, what is our social idea, and refer to modern art, not only classical. But classical culture should be presented differently. If you make kind of reality, how our symphonic orchestra will make an opera or symphony together with a kind of theater. And in the end, we shall get 10 or 20 episodes, how that is happening. And that could be a very bright material to fill in the network. That's advice for program director, how to build this network. I like what Mitro Horkin did with radio. Visualization of what is happening on the radio is necessary, plus advertising. Nobody knows that public broadcast has so many FM frequencies, and you listen to the radio and to be well aware what is happening, both in culture and in the news. So all changes that are happening with the arrival with internet, we all understand that it should be a priority. We step away from the system of viewing that is linked to a particular time. Some programs should be adapted for the internet with time and to make a product that will work in the internet in different areas. But that will be the next step, very big step. IT platforms should be created, but that requires budget. This is the work for years. It must be separate from what will be broadcast on the channels. Cooperation with the air channel remains, and then you will develop that in the internet. These top products could become additional possibility to earn money, both from abroad and probably some internet platform here. There are examples like that, not only in our country. There are materials that come to Netflix. That can bring additional money to the country and the broadcaster. As regards the members of the board.
The board, 5 members. I'll be overseeing TV, plus you have radio and news, regional broadcasting, and legal, of course. That's as important an area. So legal support, regulatory drafting. As soon as we have copyright legislation well in place, there'll be why I think I'm capable. I've been in TV for 30 years. Tony is a small broadcaster. Nobody believed it would be successful, but nobody would believe that a channel using a lot of documentaries could be successful, but it was. Then I worked at another channel quite popular in Kiev. We did our own news, working close with information agencies. We were 220 staff at City. We did 330 projects of our own production. You manage to do that in 15 minutes. Do you have anything to add? Well, I can add a lot of things, but several members of the supervisory board have joined us recently, and yet another on his way to join offline. Now, no limits to questions. You may recall that the candidates program was done in a presentation form, and he used it. And you probably know well enough the candidate CV. Katerina Botenko, you were the first. Thank you very much. You were a very interesting speaker. I have the following question. Did you look very closely at the framework within which Suspilne works? Because I, for instance, see that there are going to be a lot of legislative restrictions. You will have to eliminate advertising, TV series, etc. Well, many people ask if additional channels can be launched. Law on Public Service Broadcasting, Article 5, says no fewer than 2 channels and no caps on the number of channels. There's a trend when public service broadcasting may have 4 or 5 channels, cinema, children's channel, like, and there are kids in Germany and others. The laws, well, the laws in our country are very fluent, so you can initiate amendments pretty fast. What it takes is someone on the board who does the preparatory work. Well, there's parliamentary committee, talk to them, initiate amendments, and on you go. Do I hear you say that there should be another member of the board in charge of lobbying the amendments, but it could take, say, 3 years, given the length of the legislative process, the lengthy legislative process. Look, I've got used to working within the restrictions, budgetary restrictions, regulatory restrictions. So at any rate, I believe that you can produce something appealing, even if you have just a stool to work from. Everything depends on your attitude and your competencies. When I was president of a national company. We, despite budgetary restraints, produced Ukraine's first sitcom, and I have I will clarify my earlier question. I'm not talking about budget. Yes, you can have sufficient budget, but advertising, radio, TV needs advertising to support its activities, but you are limited in your ability to tap on this source. Would that mean no? As far as I understand, it is the 5th year that we can 10% of our scheduling committed to advertising. I don't understand why we have to confine ourselves to those TV shopping. We have 5% next year, and you can also work with the parliament to see to it that your budget is higher. If you do, for instance, reality shows, or take Klopotenko's as anchor, there are only 4 guys who do a very good cyclical product. For the record, there are 14 members of the supervisory board taking part in the meeting. Dmitro Ananyev is on his way, and Maxim Kretchetov, well, we'll invite him before voting. Alexei Kharchenko. Good morning, Vitaly. I have 2 questions, if you don't mind. First, you announced a couple of projects called Ukrainians, echoing your idea about Ukrainian celebrities, plus West House 2.0. What do you think will make your ideas different from these 2 almost ongoing projects? And you know that there are 7 members under the statutes in effect, but you mentioned only 5. So what do you do with the provisions, with the regulations? I'll start with the last question. As far as I understand, the board can amend the provisions. If I'm saying that I don't need as many, I think this is something that we could handle. Well, of course, you can agree, or you can say, no way, just select 2 more members. Up to 7, says the provision. So it doesn't mean that you absolutely have to have 7 members. News Hub 2.0, I think that this can become the start of the news programming. I unfortunately do not know how well equipped it is, but this is a good idea. It has to be supported, promoted. Back in 2006, when I was president of the national company, we were pondering the option of developing a studio at 26 Khreshchatyk Street. We were quite idealistic at that time and suggested that yet another pencil could be built next to the existing one with the concert hall. Unfortunately, Yekhanurov said that it looks like a first step to privatization of the TV center, and well, it's not a very good place to work I'm in Pencil and Melnikova. The series about great personalities, well, that's something that should be undertaken, but without leaving behind those who are not that great. Going back to my words about TV series, I know that there are novels written by famous Ukrainian writers. Volodymyr Lys, for instance, wrote a novel that gives you an array of women's, so to speak, lives, destinies. So there's enough to produce at least 24 episodes about women who are family without being related in blood. So we have to do both the great Ukrainians and the Ukrainians, so to speak, next door, who you talk to, who you see regularly in the street. Any other questions, Mr. Lazani? Can you copy me? If you fail in this competition and someone will then approach you trying to recruit you for a position, well, would you say yes? Well, I find it fun to work here. I was in many positions in this industry. I am for the proper content. I find it interesting and appealing, so I wouldn't brush aside any options. I'm doing both films and series, including international productions. So it might be interesting to find a position where all interests come together. Vyacheslav Kozak, then Vadim Miski and Elena Kotish. I hope you looked at the situation with the branches. Also, Suspilne, how would you assess this current situation? Because many journalists find it quite equivocal. Where I was talked earlier, I mentioned that we would certainly try and make it possible for people working there in our branches to be doing what they are doing. Well, on the web, you tend to get a lot of interesting things done by the original branches. I remember working with Zeke when it was a regional broadcaster, and I at that time told them no need to move your base to Kyiv. You can be an appealing channel without leaving Lviv. They used to have talk shows and other projects that unfortunately are gone now. So I am all for helping regional broadcasters work, relieving them of some unnecessary burden like the one involving the requirement to produce regional content 24/7. Instead, I think they have some competitive advantages that could be leveraged. City Channel, as an example, again, the then Prime Minister Azarov was criticizing the then mayor Chernovetsky and so when Pavlichenko's city was the first, and it was a regional broadcaster back then. International trends indicate that local regional broadcasters are on the rise. They are next door. Or another interesting example showing interest in local content. I found it quite interesting to watch the situation in Latvia when, well, viewers queue for locally produced movies. Well, Hollywood, of course, but 5 national movies. It's quite demonstrative. Box office tops includes a military drama, not comedy, about the 16-year-old during World War I wants to avenge by joining the Russian Tsarist army, then switches to the Latvian infantrymen, and so
my question is, if you are the head of the management, will you reduce time of regional channels or not? Well, it depends. I do not know what is happening in particular regional channel, if there are such possibilities. Otherwise, we don't have time to make masterclass at every regional channel kind of university. They have fixed time when they are on the air, and we make it with good quality. If there are people there who have their own authors projects that are interesting, that are competitive, they should stay. They should develop further. Maybe a separate area of work will start from that for the internet, or this project can get even all Ukraine national channel. Aldi Miski and then Galina Tikis. Thank you, Vitaly, for your presentation that told us more than you had in written presentation. I want to ask about TV serial production. You know that there are a number of unresolved problems regarding this area. You never have money for that. This year you're given money, next time you're not given money. Budget is not stable, and supervisory board cannot guarantee you that your budget will be more next year or less. It is decided in parliament and government. This restraints that you will have to live with. Next, Parliament has now an initiative, a draft law that proposes to spend considerable amount of money for commercial production, not for your own production, not to do products with your own efforts, but through Suspilne, through public recourse to support commercial market. Next, restraints regarding co-production. We cannot start a joint project with anyone because you need a very lengthy and difficult procedure of agreement to do it. We cannot start big co-productions as long as this procedure in the law is changed. It's not realistic. And you can never be sure that you can complete your project at the level of scenario. You can start working, but then all of a sudden money is finished. Money is not given. Perspectives are very vague. You don't know what will happen. In the previous 4 years, all these problems have not been resolved. Now, maybe some things become more clear how to try to resolve them, but still they're not resolved. How do you see it? Film production, TV serial production, take into account all these constraints. Will you give priority to your own production, or you rather buy it or order it to somebody else, or there will be co-production? What approaches will you use to resolve all this problem? Maybe you will order something interesting. For 4 years, we are trying to resolve it, not being able to move it. What to do with our unstable budget that doesn't guarantee us good prospects as regards production, our own production? In March, my term in the Council of Support of Cinema has finished. I know how things are in the cinema, in film production. Same problems, same obstacles. They are making certain project, but in the end, they should agree all that with Cabinet of Ministers. There is an experience how to do it. If certain things should be changed, we should change them. But if you start these discussions at the beginning of the year, you can manage to do it within 1 year. Then you must look to what extent can you cooperate using the budget of Держкіно, cinema authority. And Suspilne didn't participate in this competition that is Держкіно organized. And they didn't know whom to give this money. You can make it co-production with them. If there is Ukrainian production, that is a guarantee for co-production. It works with the company. I don't see problems in the legislation. Not direct relations with foreign producer, but when you have another partner from Ukraine, the situation, whether we produce ourselves or we take external production, the issue is the copyright. If you cannot organize it as a co-production, that you cannot share the income, you can agree it, shake your hands, 2 persons, but then the legal issue, how you will share the money. As regards Держкіно, they have combined shares system. It works. When 80% is given from the state and 20% from producer, and then 80% of copyright belongs to the state and 20% of copyright belongs to producer. And if he works also as an agent, he can get certain percentage of income as an agent, disseminating the film. There are schemes already developed. What will be the further destiny of this product? If you know from the very beginning what is the scheme, then it's okay. If it is debut in the kino, it's 100% the state. But companies do work together. They earn money. Some companies are big, some companies are small, so it's okay. It can work. System could be or should be combined. Some products should be produced with your own forces, but order from other products. I would do it based on the thematic competitions. Not give us what you have, but tell them what you want to get. There are budgets, there are big TV serials that require very big money, and there are TV serials that not require very big budget. You can make them using quite small budget. And you understand if there is a big movie or TV serial that could be used as an advertising video for entire Suspilne, we know it costs so and so, and we build advertising campaign for the whole year. But there could be small project that can produce the same effect in further realization. As far as I know, well, what I don't like, Школа, school serial in 1+1 channel, but I know the budget was very small. The total amount financed, 2 billion. It is an average budget for a big commercial channel. But the question is how to work with this budget that you can have. Galina Tetish, then Alexander Pavlichenko. Can you hear me? 3 small questions. In your development program, there is a lot of information about television, not much about radio and TV and digital platforms. In oral presentation, you said more. In system of priorities, when you become the head of management, what will be with digital? How will you engage children's audience? It is mentioned only in the section culture. Then I read your presentation. You write step 1, 2, new approach. We form the system of international cooperation in exchange of news, first of all, with TV companies of neighboring countries, Poland, Belarus, Georgia, Baltic countries, Moldova, Azerbaijan, and our own correspondents in Russia. Why not in Brussels? Why in Russia? It has happened historically that we are neighbors with Russia. And the global trend is localization. I didn't have enough information about events in Belarus. An example of Poland. They made Belsat channel. Polish TVP is financing opposition TV channel of Belarus. Why can't we cooperate with Belsat? In Russia, there are also oppositional media that are located outside Russia and have their correspondents in Russia. Now, a big problem with Medusa that is located in Latvia. They became an agent of informational broadcasting, or somehow how they call it, or foreign influence, agent of foreign influence. But this is a well-developed network with correspondents, very high-quality journalists. Why not to make joint project with them? As I understand, they were developing video production. What is happening in these countries? We don't know. We don't know what trends exist, how they are resolved in neighboring countries. It's very interesting for me to know how the language law is working in Latvia. Their practice is quite interesting. Starting from this year, when from initial classes of school, they study in the Latvian language, and the child from grade 1 in school will know national language. And this passport of non-citizen is cancelled. So we should learn the experience. They're closer to us. Latvia, Svetlana and I have discussed it already. In Latvia, there is a long debate. And now Latvia is a kind of a platform, site for watching CC serial for Netflix. And I have seen how they were developing the scenery. It was a real palace. Well, nothing doing, they say. We had to construct it. And we even don't know about it. We don't know how they live socially. We don't know what is happening there in their cultural life and so on. We don't know anything. That a Latvian film, A World of Souls, was in short list of Oscar for their music. We don't know anything about this film. I have talked to pensioners in Latvia. They are complaining. Their pension is less than 350 euro. Please recalculate it into our hryvnias, and they're complaining. Therefore, plus to that, they have a food package from Red Cross with medicine, with some chemicals. We should discuss it. This is also example of one country, to say nothing about hub in internet created by Estonia, becoming the center of production of everything that internet is consuming, and this is the government policy. On the basis of that, we can borrow some experience, or maybe that will push us to some additional ideas, help us to develop. The world trends are switching to internet. Content is different there. It is shorter, more dynamic, and one should work on that. It should be somewhere in priority now. But unfortunately, at the current moment, we must create a combined system. We must bring viewer back to the main channel, but in due time, make a good content that will work in the internet. Regrettably, entire system now, when we don't have forces enough to make a product on the air and it will get high rating immediately. We shall make small steps from some social groups that in a virus manner, they will expand, telling others, go to Suspilne, they have good products there for us. There was an example. We started already reality that started in 1+1. Unfortunately, time on the air was not very good. We made a reality on the heart sector, a surgeon, Boris Todorov, who is transplanting heart. So a camera was living in this heart center for 2 months. It was on the air at 5 p.m. I was insisting, put it at 11 p.m., but they did it 5 p.m. People were still working at this time. And later, Boris was telling me, at the time when this TV serial was on the air, Boris Todorov in the heart center was getting telephone calls all the time. Even people were calling at night asking, what about that person that you operated? Did he survive? So this is the program that could be on channel 1, then on the culture channel, then it could go to internet. And they had only 2 persons, 1 journalist and 1 cameraman, maybe 1 producer, 1 film director. Child audience. As regards children's audience, children's program should be created. But we shall try it, but regrettably enough, we have not enough specialists for that. When I was the president of National TV Company, we made an attempt to make children's channel. It was not a success because children can do it themselves, but adults cannot think about that. Poland tried it and it was successful. There was children's news channel. Actually, It was their grandmas and grandpas who joined it, engaging children. Animation should be produced, and we should reach a step when technological change will happen. Now we have possibility by using motion capture system, we can make animation which is not costly at all. Even live with animated heroes. If the costumes cost million previously, now they cost up to $50,000. And again, there could be problem how to teach people to work with that. There are examples in our country, however, they are not numerous. While a very interesting story with a studio working in Lviv using this system. Project is called, maybe I'm mistaken, Dava and Dava or Avandava. They work for the internet platform for YouTube for USA. And they are producing 40 minutes or even 1 hour animation every week. It does exist. You should be dealing with that, and that's it. It's up to our will to do it.
I hope that you've read our concept regarding children and youth market, Alexander Pavlyuchenko and Ms. Romaniuk. Thank you for your presentation, Vitaly. I've a question to ask you. You mentioned you had something to do with movie making, and here is my question. Ukr-Telefilm is winding up, and it's got something to do with public service broadcasting. So what do you have to say in this respect? And a more general, so to speak, question, public service broadcaster as related to government owned and private broadcasters, what are, so to speak, advantages and disadvantages, benefits and shortcomings? So where do you see advantages of public service broadcaster and the gaps? I will try and clarify. Ukr-Telefilm is in the process of going corporate rather than being liquidated, because Mr. Avrachov might get a heart stroke. I'll start from the last question. In Europe, public service broadcasting is, for all intents and purposes, is at the forefront, so to speak, of broadcasting. They compete pretty well with commercial broadcasters. They base their programming on what commercial broadcasters will now transmit. And if something goes bad without their ratings, they transform themselves, reform themselves, and bounce back to top, well, 5 or 10 channels in terms of viewership. But disadvantages, well, we are at the very beginning, learning some things the hard way, as it were. When the system is up and running, I can see any problems. I talked to Dutch, German public service broadcasters. Yes, there's specificities here and there, but they are leading and they are to serve, well, public interest after all. Of course, it might be easier to work in commercial broadcasting, but, well, not always. The owner can come and say, look, I don't want to see this anchor any longer. She was wearing the wrong dress. Well, I'm not interested how professional she could be. Well, decision making may be more streamlined, so to speak, fast paced, but there's a system in place because there's the board, and the board can say if the owner, well, is 3 stops short of donging them, we have to do something. And this gives, and was your Ukr-Telefilm. Well, it's not that easy, the situation with the production capacity is very difficult across the nation. The existence of a studio like that can be justified only if they produce something regularly. If conversely they can't maintain it, then it's loss making. You have to, well, sell it out, auctions, or maybe lease it out. Like in Germany, series are done in a week, but the settings are there for a year. You write a script, you shoot it, and you broadcast it Thursday. So it's a system. It's something that helps respond to the, well, developments in the country. Thank you, dear colleagues. We've been working for an hour already. Oksana Romaniuk and then Rolka Haric. Thank you. Interesting manifesto, interesting program. I have a question with regard to the news content. You mentioned you'd be, inviting civic reporters or commentators. What about the original branches that have a sizable staff? Plus, they are supposed to undergo some training. There are some ethical issues, and who's going to pay them? Because it's then there'll be challenges to the regional media professionals. And second, what caught my attention was what you were saying about positive news. How do you kind of make sure that this news is positive and the other one is negative? Some people believe that the escalation of conflict in the East is positive. Others, maybe you are planning to engage some sort of judgmental comments. So how well value judgment values? Well, it's a provocation. No, experts are here to give their judgment values, statement of judgments, but it should be balanced. Positive news. Well, most news is about killing, throwing out the remainders. I mean, there's lack of positive coverage in the news. Well, I'm not saying that we will play down negative things, but we shouldn't forget about positive ones as well. Interesting story. When I first came to deal with the news room at the then First National, 2006, I said, well, you're all offenders, criminals. I told them, because you somehow show only what's bad. And they ask me, are they temniks? No, they are light bringers, so to speak. There should exist those light bringers if we want to see that people respect their country. Otherwise, people would be only thinking about leaving the country because nothing is changing. No, there are changes, there are ups and downs, but the situation is changing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking. Civic reporters, well, they don't ask for our permission. They already do their job, and they do it where there are no broadcasters, some news, some developments in a remote village or one of Kiev's districts sometimes are more interesting than other coverage. Oh, Nifki, take that social network group in Kiev. There are some developments in that district that public service broadcasters never cover, but I'm not saying that these developments are of no interest. They can they can act like stringers, and the editor will then pick what he believes is newsworthy or showtime worthy. No, I'm not saying that we'll start doing that tomorrow. All the more so that it takes certain legislative changes. But I do pity the fact that we are short of certain regional feed. And well, this is what it takes to shoot. I don't need a vehicle, an engineer. So the editor would just call a guy who goes and shoots the news. Natalia Haric. Persons with disabilities, where do you see them in public service broadcasting? Because there are talents out there. Once I recall, we were even thinking of launching a special training course for those who could do cutting, sitting at home, working remotely. They can be therefore involved in production. At that time, we didn't have time, but certainly we have to go inclusive. There are good examples internationally of persons with disabilities related content, which is sold well. Another question. do you think that PSB can give some positive coverage regarding persons with disabilities, Paralympics? Well, once we're applied and the competition was us and another applicant. Fortunately, we succeeded, and the ratings were very good. Well, 2006 Ukrainians were placed 3. No, I'm not saying they were winners. I'm saying about transmission, copyright holders. They are the people you have to talk to. Now, do you think that persons with disabilities can be a source of what you call positive news? Personally, I don't break down people into anything. We are all equal. So I don't discriminate against, and I wouldn't be here if I had. But yes, you're right. There's room for programming reality shows after all, and I think we can find ways of doing that in a universal or appealing way. There are very good examples of boosting audiences. Yeah, this is something that we have to work on. Lyudmila Berezovska. Hi again. I'm not sure whether my question's gonna be difficult or easy one, but how do you think, what do you think you could do to better motivate workforce? Well, average salary is, well, something comparable to average pay people in commercial broadcasting get. Second, I think it should be, well, prestigious to work for public service broadcasting in Poland. You can have up to 100 applicants for a position in this industry. Well, people have to take pride in what they are doing and where they are doing that, and otherwise, no sense. I'll explain. NHK, Deutsche Welle, or, well, BBC, of course, beyond compare. And we have examples of public service when you have retirees or university students. That is to say, money can't be a durable motivator. At this small channel I worked was working with city, couldn't pay more than some other commercial broadcasters, but people would come and apply because we were a family. People knew what they would do, and people working for city were proud of their product. In 2.5 years, when I was president of the national company, we managed to change the overall attitude to the company. Well, in spite of some isolated negative examples, and this is off the record. No, I'll cut myself short, but we have to make people confident in their tomorrow and proud of what they do for the benefit of the society, not just check in, leave and get money in the end of the week or months. If these are the incentives, people will want to stay. All the more so if you know that the content you produce is of adequate quality, that you'd have to be ashamed. That's backwater channel. No, this is not a way to go. Any other questions? Dmitro Ananyev. We have, what, 130 nationalities living in Ukraine who want to be heard. How do you go about that?
It is a difficult question. To satisfy all their needs will be difficult, but one should start working. You should talk. You should look for new forms and formats, how to tell about them, how to show them. You yourself are prompting me the idea of travel reality, to tell about all communities, all ethnic groups that live, but this is a job, very hard job, but one should do it because that will either make us one big country or not. Thank you, Collis. In conclusion, I will ask two questions. They don't require long answer. Briefly, how, in your opinion, UA1 should look like 1 year later? Just imagine you are head of management 1 year later, next May, how it will look like, what will be on the air, what will you remove from the air, what will you show? What shall we have in 1 year time? In 1 year, we have built stable, linear broadcasting networks. When we have quality morning broadcasting, an example how it has been done, I have such experience. I have launched the biggest show, Waking Up, in new channel. It lasted the longest time. It's a record maker, more than 10 years on the air. And how quickly my friend Andriy Slobodyan made high rating morning show on ICTV, Morning in the City. It could be achieved. It took him about 1 year. So stable, linear broadcasting. There will be morning show, there will be day show, female show, reality, and films, linear areas. What I want to achieve, 5 to 10. But since the viewer is used to watching first, so I shall really can achieve 2-3%. So the program of regional broadcast will be approved soon. This concept will be developed by the board. 3 main tasks that might be included in a new concept of regional broadcasting. Building quality regional broadcaster that will meet the needs of regional broadcaster at the territory that it broadcasts to. What should work? I cannot say immediately 1, 2, 3. 1 is enough. It should work. It depends which topic you have in this region, how to work it. Study the situation and then work. why should I develop some artificial castles? Colleagues, if there are no more questions, we let first candidate go. Thank you, Vitaly Dukalenko. Next candidate is Oksana Tsibula. 20 minutes for presentation of your program, and then unlimited number of questions and answers. You all read program of Oksana, as far as I remember. What touched you most? That she's caring about regional broadcasting. You read her CV, so you have possibility to get more information from her. 20 minutes. I'm very glad to see you all. Never saw all of you at the same time. First thing that I want to emphasize. So in April, the share of Suspilne is 0.25% at the beginning of April. As regards the audience, total audience, something like 18. Okay. I cannot hear what the gentleman is. It's not the share, but the rating. Yeah, why I stopped. These are open data. So please finish. Suspilne is criticized for having low ratings. Everybody wants it having high rating. Members of the board also want high rating. It turns out that core audience is 60 plus, but we are working for the tax paid by work age audience. We do not want to lose the audience that we have, but the audience should be expanded. I really want to change it. I believe in Suspilne. Even after I left Suspilne, I still believe that it should be changed. But you should avoid bureaucratic procedures. I think we cannot follow BBC because there are many successful examples the world over. They started 99 years ago as a radio company, but Ukrainian Suspilne can follow this way because we have started our road being a state-run TV, radio. According to the law, Suspilne is TV and radio. I think, first of all, it should produce content. That's what I emphasize. Good content that everybody wants to watch. It's difficult to make different genre content, including all requirements. The law limits us. It's difficult, but I think it's possible. I don't share the way that Suspilne is moving. Building great number of platforms is good, I understand it, but we have a budget. We cannot expand it. We always have problems with financing. I think we should remove additional unnecessary workload and make content. I worked as a producer. I know branches want to make content. They don't need too much budget. They're glad to do it. According to the law, Suspilne must be different genre. And it is according to the law. You can talk endlessly about insufficient funding of Suspilne, but I think Channel 4 model will suit us. It is a public broadcast. BBC representative came to us telling how this model works more successfully. Our Suspilne is financed from state budget, but BBC is not financed from state budget. It is a separate tax paid. There are some details, you know, that Boris Johnson is trying to make decriminalization for this license fee. But we must make a decision. I think that Channel 4 scheme will suit him most. They're earning money using advertising. They have a law in the state. They are earning money from advertising, and you can read or view certain materials only based on subscription. First, you function with support of state budget. Channel 4 also initially asks for support from the budget. In no way at all, I don't want to accuse anyone, but this model having state funding, and we know that we can rely on it. There was one quotation from a person in the company: "You are not ready to use this huge money. You must know how to use it." I agree with that at all. State-given money, it's not enough to get them. One must know how to use them successfully. Another thing that I want to dwell upon. This topic is quite difficult for me. We have many platforms. We have many different ways of bringing signal. I think only rich country can afford it. We must optimize it and make calculations. There are some studies made by Industrial TV Committee. It was several years ago, figures change. Satellite is watched 38%, cable 29% of our audience, digital 28%. But we, Suspilne in 2020, we broadcast both analog and digital and satellite. In order to have free money, one should reject something. You must sacrifice something. Situation with satellite broadcasting of channels is strange. All channels from big 4 media holders having 70% of the market, they are on one satellite. Suspilne is on another satellite. It's not very convenient for the viewer. They have to readjust things. Mark Thomas, who managed at BBC from 2004 till 2020, said the risk for BBC is way of bringing a style of conduct is obsolete, is old. You can engage audience with paying ability. If you follow Channel 4, you must engage audience which is attractive for advertisers, that they give us advertising for money. In the first version of Lawn Suspilne from 2014, there was a model that allows to get away from state funding. Then it was changed. What else? You should minimize all corruption risks. We face it all the time. We know that we have a number of criminal cases. I don't want to accuse people that they have embezzled some money. You, from your place, know it better who has stolen a little bit. We can get rid of certain premises. It's very costly to keep all huge premises. All budget is spent for that. You should get away from it and get free money and spend them for production of content. You should spend money for promo. One can do it now, but you should achieve it. Even if Suspilne has what to show, we cannot tell about it in such a way that everybody knows it and knows where to see it. This is a vicious circle. Understand that many changes are required. Legislation, close cooperation with Cabinet of Ministers. People were saying here already, it's very difficult. But I am ready to spend 4 years of my life for these bureaucratic difficulties in order that those who come after us, it will be easier for them to work. I believe that Suspilne has a chance with me. Same like with Andriy Shapoval and Vitaly Dokolenko, but let us really change something. Thank you very much. Same as the previous candidate, you spent less time than was given for the presentation. Thank you. But you know that now we can ask unlimited number. I'm ready for 1 hour. Colleagues, who has questions? Ludmila Berezovska, please. Thank you for your presentation. According to your program, well, I see 2 questions regarding your presentation. You wrote that in Suspilne, articles of labor law are violated. Which articles of it? This is my personal insult. I faced it. You put into the presentation. I will explain why I did it, because this is my personal experience. I used to work there. I tried to provide my own proposals. I have been working in Suspilne, then I left because they didn't want to hear my voice. There was a long story. If you wish, I can tell it. I had what was violated, which articles were violated. They don't listen to proposals made by staff. Article 214 regarding proposals made by staff in the employment rules. Second question, which budget is needed for each branch? Number of staff and what functions they fulfill. As regard branches, you cannot unify it. I cannot say what could be number of staff in each branch. In Dnipro branch, where I work, we submitted proposals, staff 60 people. I have all the functions written. I cannot remember. We even prescribed how many positions, what salary, and we reached the same number that Dnipro branch has. I have this data, I can send it to you in writing. I don't remember, either 700,000 hryvnias. I'm not working in the channel for 1.5 years, but I remember how many people were working in each year. I know how many people are in staff. We were saying how many people we need. We need 60 staff and 700,000. Alexander Pavlichenko. Broadcasting, public broadcasting is made. And I want to emphasize, if there are some personal inconvenient questions, you can ask to stop public broadcasting. That was a warning made to all members of Supervisory Board and to all candidates at the beginning. I have a question to you, Oksana. Just look, you mentioned in your program a number of drawbacks that you see in the current work of Suspilne TV and radio broadcasting. And Ludmila had mentioned very concrete positions connected with violation of labor legislation, as you say. My question to you is whether you have any background of work with production or development of legal norms, legal documents, or concepts of document. To what extent are you working to prepare the vision? You mentioned that administrative legislation, labor legislation is violated. To what extent you think you can assess the need of change, or to what extent you can propose changes in the law or bylaws or regulations? Do you have such capabilities? Can you work in this area? This is my first question. And second question, which is a traditional question to all. Please name advantages and drawbacks that Suspilne currently has as compared with commercial channels and with the with what it had in the past when it was a state broadcaster. What could we use, taking into account your previous background, your possibilities to work with legislation?
Well, I am a journalist, but I worked with lawyers and will probably not speak about things I don't understand. I always seek advice, expert advice. And I was then the state-owned broadcaster, independent media. Believe me, it is important. It is very difficult, and I'd like to say thank you to this present team. We had different situations, I knew that I could always tell the local official he doesn't need to come if he doesn't like me. So I think it was worth it. It was a big advantage. And disadvantage, ratings. Well, everyone would like to have PSB viewed by many. Oksana, you were a producer at the Dnipro branch, so you have insider's view of the situation there. I also talk to experts, to regional reporters working for those branches, and well, not all of them, but quite a few of them say that the public service regional broadcasting is on this slippery slope. For instance, some people say that professionals quit in Poltava, for instance, and in some other places, people who were real professionals had to go. Well, they were dismissed, they were fired. And they registered on the employment agency to be offered the same position they were dismissed from, interestingly. I'm not saying that this is the custom, but so I don't know about Dnipro, but in Zaporizhia, they have that beautiful radio house. I started there as an editor of youth-oriented programs, big studio there. There's a small studio, mics, all, so to speak, good quality foreign mics. Once I remember, the management wanted to lease out the premises, not everywhere, but if not leased out, they dilapidate. No, I'm not just about a year ago. There was a call from Zaporizhia saying someone broke into the building because there was no security around, didn't have money. In some branches, they even decided to create the save PSB groups. Anyway, if you are voted for and become head of PSB, do you think that something will have to change there? No, of course, the situation has to be changed. I believe that branches have to do production. Because showrunners, not branches. In Dnipro, they did not dismiss people. When I joined, I was 30. Well, was I? Yes, I was. And then people just didn't want to work with me. Well, it happens. Zaporizhzhia is close to my heart. I often went there, supported them. So the situation, well, it varies from branch to branch. And that's a big, big task, but they have to be given freedom to do what they think should be done within their budgets and reduced airtime. No, 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 no. Of course, experts well, professionals should stay. No, everything has to be justified. When the auditors came asking why we had so many staff with so little production, and you have to have answers. For instance, in Poltava, they did a travel show. Dnipro, they have the Blackboard. Reality, other channels wanted to buy. So every branch has weaknesses and strengths and weaknesses, and of course, strengths should be capitalized on. When you start working with people, you either are a team or they go. I mean, those who want to work will stay, and nobody's gonna, you know, push out. Dmitro Anani, Oksana, minority broadcasting is almost a good practice. Do you plan to have one? And another question, we have 130 ethnic groups living in Ukraine. They all want to be heard. How do you meet their need to be heard? As far as I know, at least in 2020, there was a unit. No, 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 of course, I support this at the end. There was a good story about pitching staff for minority broadcasting in Dnipro. They didn't have, they minorities, national minorities, indeed showed interest in having their, so to speak, existence covered. They were ready to produce content for themselves, and this is, I think, something that PSB should heed. Similar question, persons with disabilities. I asked this question before. What's your personal attitude, and how do you think stories of and for persons with disabilities could be promoted? To me, the best form of tolerance is not to show that they are persons with disabilities. At PSB, there was a story. I mean, you shouldn't somehow emphasize the fact that a person with disabilities. There was a story, animation with the main character. Well, it was he was a will-bound main character. They have to be integrated without being discriminated against. Do you think that they should? Oh, sure, yes. There are certain quotas, but they for sure have to be hired in work. I have experience of working with a person with a disability, and I never knew they were. So they should have the same rights as other people without. Lynn, I understand, was going to next question, but she's popped out for a second. I'll ask my question then. Something similar to Ludmila Berezovska's question. Do you know the current Channel 1 budget? And imagine you are chairperson of the board. What this budget, well, what the rating's gonna be in a year after you're elected? Oh, hard to say. Even if it's 0.0, if it increases, but 0.2%, this is gonna be a step forward. I mean, we have to diversify the genres. I remember that there were attempts at increasing the volume of what type of content are you talking about? You know the current schedule. Well, I apologize. Once I stopped following the goings on at Suspilne, PSB, I'm not really ready to tell you about the schedule, the budget, 2 billion total. But again, I remember what it looked like in 2018, 2019. Well, frankly, I didn't look into it. By the end of this year, the supervisory board is to vote on the original broadcasting concept. Decentralization is, well, top priority. I know a lot about bureaucracy, and I learned a lot about bureaucracy in the past years, but decentralization means decentralized decision-making and financial decentralization. I think that every branch should have protected, so to speak, piece of budget, line of budget, protect, and thematic content production. Again, I might be a bit repetitive, but this is a very good idea. Some may excel at travel show production, others at documentary. So we have to, first of all, inventorize the strengths and capitalize on that. Helena, 2 very short questions. Expected outcomes. List only one such outcome. Are there any other? Only one. And 3 personal achievements that would, so to speak, support your claim. I mean, managerial achievements or something like that. Personal first. I maintain permanent team, and nobody wanted to leave. So I think that I can motivate people, and sometimes people wanted to work for 6,600. Also, not only were capable of producing our content, but sell it. Original commercial broadcasters wanted to buy, and I'm a fast learner. Indeed, I understand I may lack in administrative skills or experience, but please believe me, I am capable of learning my ropes pretty fast. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Roxana, for your questions. I thank you. I thought that I'd be more scared. Thanks for your kind words. Next candidate, could we please have him in? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Our third candidate, we don't break. Now we will break instead after we've heard from all four candidates. So if you leave, just don't forget to come back. So our candidate, Mykola Chernotetsky, you have 20 minutes, sir, to present your program, after which we may have as many questions as we like. It's 12:55, just for the record. Good afternoon. I might be a bit nervous, understandably, but anyway, this is a very important day to decide on the values on the team. My team has drafted a program that has no empty promises, hot air, and I'm sure that whatever we achieve would be victory for all of us, a win situation. Now to my program. So we did this SWOT, and I would probably like to speak about opportunities, mobile industry, online consumption, development of OTT platforms, increased consumption because of the pandemics, and readiness of production companies to work with PSB. So inform through news and investigations, explain through debates and talk show, encourage self-improvement, success stories, demonstrate diversity, and unite diverse groups. Educate and encourage free thinking, develop Ukrainian identity through serials on famous Ukrainians, entertain, create new sense, and support vulnerable groups, content motivating to respect others. Speaking of the future, I will say a few words about current demographics and media consumption. As of today, linear media, TV and radio have 45 plus consumers. Digital extends to all audiences. However, the most of the 0 to 40 are more in digital than in linear TV. Therefore, I think that the main principles of production for PSB is digital first and OTT platforms. This is the only opportunity for the PSB to by new audiences. Well, our outcomes for the news part, top three, by adhering to reporting standards, telling success stories that inspire, offer constructive journalism, provide context, develop regional reporting, build in-house expert community, capitalize on quality journalism and ongoing learning, UA1, UA culture, UA1, proceeding from the available resources and growth dynamics. We believe that in 4 years, the channel will join top 10 in 18 plus audiences nationwide. quality balanced news coverage, creation of new rating sensitive formats, and keeping important developments and focus, invest in serial production. It has to become 1 out of 25 top in 3 years.
Is covering national and international events, cooperating with workers of culture and art, develop weekly and daily formats on our own facilities, including increasing share of exclusive content, developing linear networks of concerts, and covering leading international regional broadcasting tasks set for 4 years to become top 20 for population 18 plus. We increase local informational content, bring channel into more informational content, site for local discussion, grow possibility for increasing content for local production, develop hyper network of journalists, renew purchased content, including TV serials. Ukrainian radio in the 4 years to become 4/10 of industrial rating. Radio prominent radio culture, production of audio content, podcast streaming, completion of all nation FM network. In any point of Ukraine, you will listen Ukrainian radio. Radio prominent and radio culture network should be completed. And we start promoting our content in regions. Online platform. By now, we have such results as you see in this slide. Nevertheless, we continue development. The task for the site to get into top 10 sites. We're building other social networks that provide higher capitalization, more income from users, develop all that in one ecosystem, covering audience up to 45 years. Flow platform OTT, one of the strategic areas defined. All public broadcasters of Europe either announced or launched such things. What is the objective? To engage new audience to modern Ukrainian content, covering all platforms of Suspilne, what we fill it with, production of our own content, partially from archive and partially purchased content. For us, this is super important task. Me and my team see the only possible way for further development of Suspilne. Socially responsible content. Our national communities, we continue developing Center of National Communities, engaging representative of national communities and indigenous people. We create correspondent offices in particular areas. Provide versatility content, focus on sensitive issues. Platform called UA Crimea. UA Crimea is aimed at keeping memory of Crimea, telling about occupation, stories about Crimea and Crimean Tatars to demystify the legacy of Crimean Tatar, make programs about indigenous people of Crimea, international context of Crimea situation. Counteracting disinformation and propaganda. Suspilne must popularize mechanisms that identify propaganda and disinformation. We must raise level of media literacy population, work with fact-checking agency, create content with news sentence with objective of over propaganda. Inclusiveness. We must prevent discrimination both within the company and tell people about that. Engage in decision-making, relevant groups of population in decision-making. Every person can become a worker in the company, get access to the workplace conveniently. We must find stories not told before and tell them to viewers. Important is adaptation of the content to meet informational needs of people with disability. We cover information and analytical knowledge. In the course of next 4 years, we would like to have gesture translation for all programs. Corporate culture. Now company is switching from bureaucratic state-run company to market type company. I hope that in the next 4 years, the share of innovations will grow. We are working with content. Innovative ideas are important. We must raise level of engagement of staff for common understanding of mission and values of Suspilne. Enhance possibilities of academy of public broadcast, improving managerial quality and enhancing knowledge of development content. Work on individual development programs and leader programs. Introduction of rating program. Innovation processes. Such a big company could not become an ideal and operational work for the last 4 years. But in order that we are able to produce quality content quickly, informational content must be service-oriented, and we must reduce time. We must conduct digital transformation, introduce system planning of resources, project management system. Important challenge is building homogeneous IT infrastructure that was not done before with certain rules and regulations. Important item of corporate work, introduction of the full-fledged risk management system, asset management. We must systematize them. Since there were some provisions, legislation regarding intellectual property rights object, and we must think how to use them more effectively. Then we should improve this business process. Material assets, advocacy, making changes in the law on public broadcasting. Companies should have all rights to use its property. Commercial component, since the law now has limitations. Each year, share of money earned from advertising is decreasing. So digital component should be increased. We must get new market niche. We must start selling rights in the future. This is challenge. Crowdfunding communities creation and increment of assets from video recording. Cooperation with stakeholders. From supervisory board to society. Supervisory board is a stakeholder. We base our work on constructive position and reporting. Cooperation with shareholders based on the rules of corporations. They cannot interfere into our work. With local and national authorities, we develop and implemented HR strategy explaining what indicators should be achieved, what are individual development plans. Cooperation with donors. We developed mutually advantageous conditions informational cooperation, civil society organization, informational partnership cooperation, the Kudale Lviv Media Forum and others, cooperation with community, create conditions for dialogue, and create possibilities, cooperation through Academy of Public Broadcasting. Different areas of work. Staff that is responsible for the television platform, operation activities, strategic development communication, IT development and distribution. What we expect to get in the course of 4 years, expansion of audience, increment of main indicator, news, we want to be top 3 by trust, competition, regular pitching at regional local level, impact on market, abiding by journalist standards, coverage of all age and social groups, open to the world, participation in international co-production, total coverage of Ukrainian radio, hyper-local network of reporters, development of corporation, automation and computerization of main business processes. That's all. Allow me to use. So time for presentation should be reduced. Yes, because you see, nobody needs 20 minutes. Now, unlimited number of questions. Katerina Butenko, please. Good afternoon, Mikola. I see that you're nervous, and you are probably the most experienced ones because you work in the board already. But 2 questions to you. First, you used many times the word my team and you. Who can work with you if supervisory board doesn't share your vision? Especially you say that you have developed this program together with this team. What will be the program number 2, B option? Do you feel the level of responsibility for yourselves as a leader of a big company? That will depend not from you, but from the team. Are you ready for that? Thank you. I respect the right of supervisory board that you approve members of my team based on results of competition. I'm ready to conduct consultations with supervisory board regarding people who potentially could become members of my team and decision making. If there is lack of perception regarding some candidates, I'm ready to discuss it. C-level leaders, it's difficult to find them, but they have some optional variants regarding certain people regarding my team. So I have optional proposals. Second part of your question, I understand level of my responsibility. I'm fearing that, yes, I'm fearing a little bit. One thing is be a member of the board responsible for operational financial work. There is big financial responsibility, but nevertheless, a big challenge for me is change my thinking from operational directive, being the boss for everything, the head of the board. Last follow-up question. You speak about victory a lot. We all want to get it. Can you name the biggest loss of you as member of this team, or what was not done? I have answered this question previous debate. What was our considerable mistake back in 2018 when we changed the structure? And this structure meant more collective type of decision making, but people were not ready for that. And that slowed down certain processes in the company. And such an asset left without any supervision, without any attention. But we managed to overcome it and achieve results. Now, I will be responsible for everybody. I asked your personal attitude, but you spoke about the entire team. Alexei Harchenko is next, then Alexander Pavlichenko. Good afternoon, Mykola. Thank you for your presentation. Several questions to you. First, what, in your opinion, should be done in order that public broadcast gets into top 6? You mentioned new formats. Can you give examples of new formats and what prevented you to implement it previously or now when you are a member of the board? Okay, 2 questions, then I shall continue. In order that UA1 gets into top 6, you should close all other platforms entirely, all regional platforms, and all resources are given to UA1. Then within 6 or 8 years, hypothetically, they can get into top 6. Ukraine channel became number 1. It was first who took the share from Inter in the course of 14 years, being flexible and having huge budget that Ukraine has. Second question regarding new formats, new examples. As regards new formats, which platform? UA1. Art contest, social talk show, Ukraine is broadcasting. That must get into the evening slot. Several entertainments, formats, competitions are announced. They are now final. I hope by September, they will be on there. What prevented us? No money, no content. 2 final questions. First, whether you and your team, maybe you're planning now how to switch in digital from referral contact to direct. I cannot recollect precisely. Readdressing from Ukrnet, about 30%, but main part is from social networks and that people get directly to the page, 30-30 ratio. I would be glad if we get directly, people get directly, but this referral transfer of other social network would not be rejected, but having not less than 50%. What is your vision? How can you achieve it? Direct transfer could be achieved by quality content and quality management. My final question regarding concept of regional development. Can you tell me what is the final goal, where we are moving to? Within few last years, vision has changed. They're changing. Hubs, correspondent offices, separate regional channel. What is your vision? We are developing the model of regional channel. Not only regional channel, but radio and digital, which we increased considerably. Radio digital and TV platform. But if you take TV platform, we follow the Polish TVP3 and French 3. This is the only regional channel with regional windows. One channel with regional windows. As regards digital, development is big. UA Chernigiv, more than 100,000 subscribers. Pavlichenko, then Kozak. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding legal debts or commitments that Suspilne has. Cases that had been opened against Suspilne and that were initiated by Suspilne regarding your territory and others. To what extent you see yourself as an active defender of these cases, defending interests of Suspilne in legal cases? Are you not afraid that then criminal cases may be opened against you? We know such practice is used. This is my first question. And second question regarding, we had a meeting with members of parliament recently, and I shall repeat the question asked by head of parliamentary committee. Why Suspilne is not a leader in representing problems that we have, COVID-19 pandemic, issues that are a concern of every person living in Ukraine. Very many questions regarding this particular question, this aspect. And I would reformulate this question a bit. How situation with COVID will impact functioning of Suspilne? How you will change not so much the topics that you cover, but take into account all these changes in society happening because of lockdowns, all kinds of limitations for business, for freedom, that Ukraine will become a closed territory because level of vaccination is very low. Where is the role of Suspilne, where you can get a breakthrough?
So I'll start with your last question, sir, if I may. PSB's major objective is to inform as widely as possible, plus people need information and PSB has to provide some. At the very beginning, we had a program providing actual information, but then we dropped it because people got tired. At the same time, we maintain focus on COVID, criminal cases or potential litigation. Well, 16 out of 19 are already closed files. They were, so to speak, hello sent by Member of Parliament Verkac. There are 3 more, so to speak, pending, but probably same destiny, and I'm sure that gonna be more even litigation in the future. That's how things are in this country, and property, fighting for it. We've been doing our best to not lose a single, so to speak, square meter of what was our property. Prosecutor General's office has now launched investigation, or actually regarding Baltica facilities next to the Pencil in Melnikova Street, and I think we will. Well, Vyacheslav Kozak, thank you for the presentation, Mykola. We've been working for 4 years, give or take some time. We experience both good things and ugly things, criticism. There were some litigations, but look, I'd like to ask you very specific questions without any second thoughts or hidden agendas. If members of the board vote for you, I'd have a wish to make Olivets PSB Ukrainian language, so to speak, zone. I personally would very much want to see it happen. Second, regarding the decision to abandon all the 16 posts of our overseas network. Well, I understand that it wasn't you who made this decision, but what was your attitude, your position on that? Do you think that it somehow helped build good name of PSB? And I have another question after you've answered regarding Ukrainian language. Well, I would certainly vote for and would introduce English as well. Regarding 16 correspondence, it was back in 2017, so it's not a question for me, but I don't think that overseas correspondence could work for 6,000 hryvnias, but they were freelance. No, they were not freelancers. I mean, you may have a network if you pay something decent to people. That, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yes, if we have enough resource, we will certainly be interested in that. And my second question, I was quite concerned with, well, switching off Luch transmitter in Mykolaiv Oblast. I even send a letter to the president asking him to consider this matter at the meeting of the National Security and Defense Council, because I believe it is really related to the national security. Younger colleagues will probably not recognize what it was about. I know that you signed a letter. There were letters sent to the cabinet of ministers. We could cover the Crimea and Russia partially. To one of the supervisory board's meeting, you referred to underfunding. In this respect, at the same time, for several months running, the board said that the monthly saving amounted to 6-7 million hryvnias. National security, you know, would probably imply that the savings could be allocated to renew operation of this transmitter. I think that the decision was well, another defeat in the information war. And I remember there were ideas to procure modern equipment to replace at this transmitter. So my question is, if you continue, do you think that it is a possibility. I mean, procure modern equipment to renew broadcasting, AM, Donetsk, Luhansk, partially Russia. Well, speeding MW, it is operational. Regarding solid state transmitter, it's expensive, quite expensive, I'd say. It's something that requires capital expenditure of a certain magnitude, given that this year the company has only 32 million in capital expenditures. We are not going to have so much funds. Any way out? Yes, there is one. We initiated work to make radio transmission concern by this equipment. They are chief operator, and there will be the marginality. They'll be making a higher margin, and we'll get some reasonable figure. That's how we hope it'll happen. Yeah, it depends on a dialogue between two businesses, maybe with involvement of certain public authorities, such as the National Security and Defense Council, the MSK. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you, Mykola, for your presentation. Pretty interesting enough. Two questions to ask you of sports. Unfortunately, a member of the board could not contribute because of the certain quarantine-related restraints. You mentioned about sports in your presentation and your so to speak, opening statement. Let me emphasize this a bit. Sports is one of the fundamental types of activity of PSB's exclusive access, broadcasting, rebroadcasting rights, other sports events, unifying the society. Earlier on, PSB emphasized the visual element, entertaining element of sports. Sit back, relax, and watch. Do you think that PSB has exhausted its creativity in this area, or there are some other options that could be exercised in order to develop it? If you have any ideas, what are they regarding sports? We have already done something in the past 2 weeks. We rebroadcasted Davis Cup, Ukraine, Japan. We would also want to cover some of the local competitions. Pro sports is monetized, and I don't think that we would beat Megago Ukraine for their League of Champions rebroadcasting rights, no matter how well financed we could be. Same time, we have exclusive rights to biathlon, to field and track, Olympiad, Qatar, soccer. I'm not gonna disclose because of NDA provisions what it means, and in dollar terms, but we have significant challenges with Qatar. We haven't paid for the right, so we don't know. We have to go where we can to support sports, and because sports as well is expensive. Thank you. Also, you mentioned mass sports. This is probably an asterisk to be made by the supervisory board, because I understand that the supervisory board, at least in the past, never gave any instructions in this respect. I reviewed sports-related sections of other candidates, and all of them seem to be saying that sports, not pro sports, but more in the wellness and fitness type of sports, indeed positively affects people's lifestyles, and PSB should probably have a say in this promotion. As the one who took part in this year's half marathon, I am fully supportive. And my second, question regarding your take on our branding policy. Some time ago, 4 years ago, more specifically, the new team wanted to rename, rebrand every single thing. It was not based upon any solid research, but some names did change. Later on, our marketing division undertook some research showing that audience will every time suffer from this, hectic renaming or rebranding. In our brand family, there is one brand which is probably the oldest in Ukraine, Ukrainian radio, turning 97 this year. So my question is, how this brand gonna develop in the family of brands of PSB? Do you plan to change its name? How will you think it should be supported on the internet? The new website is planned without this traditional name. So it is important for me to understand whether this 97-year-old brand who many Ukrainians trust is going to continue, or you have other ideas. Well, there are examples worldwide when one corporation maintains a range of brands and they are fine managing them. If my memory serves me right, the strategic marketing team is expected to come up with the inventory of brands, and Ukrainian radio, Ukrainske radio, will remain as Ukrainian radio, or it's been for 96 years. Vadim is relieved to hear that. Helena, I have two questions. If your program is implemented, how the educational needs of Ukrainians are met? And second, in 2 years, say, from now, what will make UA first from what it is today. Oh, you are reading my lips. In a year, okay, or 2 years. Educational. Uh, you remember the experience of online schools last May. We had to do that, but I would certainly want to focus on the content, encouraging desire of young people to learn. And I would bet on digital. It could be this could be animation, fiction. This year we selected 5 production concepts that we think will work at and I think we'll be also using social networks. There's a nice story on Instagram about a girl who experienced Holocaust, and it shows how things like that can be communicated. So new media, UA first, it's our biggest challenge, both as management and supervisory board. We are criticized for it being what it is now. I hope that the formats that are planned for production this summer will change the situation. Well, there are things that from increase rating and share, we have to replace it. Certain content without affecting the share. When the total budget for purchase was 300,000 revenues, it was we can only allow to buy rights for 364 days. Last week, we saw the march. It is with Clooney or Loznica's Donbass. So quality foreign cinema and quality Ukrainian cinema.
Can you add more? What indicators you expect in 1 year time? According to annual plan, for this year, we have 1.6% share of the channel for the audience 18 plus. For the next year, I would like that the growth trend remains the same. Natalia Garage, please. You probably the only candidate that has inclusiveness in your program, but when you were reading it, you mentioned it very quickly. You mentioned that you will fight discrimination. What kind of discrimination you meant? Please explain regarding inclusiveness, people with disability, and combating discrimination. As regards discrimination, I mean any discrimination, doesn't matter, gender, age, race, disability, that no discrimination in Suspilne. Within a company, these are things of regulations and internal culture of the company. Within a company, we must make most comfortable conditions that people with disability can take it. One organization was ready to rent premises in our current building because it has convenient conditions, appendices, etc. Second question, please repeat. How do you see a person with disability in your work? What attention will you pay? How that person should be presented to Suspilne? My position is equality. I stand for equality. Person with disability must have possibility to work without any reservations, feeling free and being same kind of staff member as the others. That's my main objective. You mentioned news information top 3, whether you journalists are working with primary sources. Some channels got license for Paralympic Games coverage. It has not been done yet, but your journalists provided such information, whether they used primary sources of information. According to rules of procedure, they should have done it. I recognize that was a mistake, an erroneous information. It would be better if I get to know the details and then inform you what has happened. Thank you, colleagues. Who else would like to ask questions? Ludmila Berezovska. Thank you. My question is, you mentioned that Promin, Ukrainian radio and radio culture will be first in the areas. How you will achieve it? Two things. For Promin radio, entertainment format with prevailing Ukrainian music. Culture, it's a niche product. Development of network for them to be heard everywhere. We have finalized 87 new frequencies and developed network for Promin and culture. And by improving content, I'm happy when Radio Culture organizes debate and interview for members of Ukrainian Culture Fund, or they have a program with good humor, different from others show, good content and expanding the network. Two more questions. I think that a shareholding company should aim at gaining the profit. How you will get income? When legislators were making this decision to make public broadcast as a shareholding company, this format was acceptable and was convenient for our legislation, for the work of this company. Nevertheless, from the experience that I saw in European broadcasters, only some of them could achieve 25% of income from advertising. We have two sources of income now, rent and advertising. Advertising will be reduced. Income from rent is stable. We want to increase advertising from digital and income from selling a right to the contact, which we still have to produce. You mentioned radio frequency rent. We should change financing model. Now we are financed by a targeted line in the budget, support of public broadcast in the state budget. That was developed by Council of Europe with some members of Supervisory Board, this model of financing, and to put a percentage income from frequency rate. In Lithuania, they have a certain percentage from sale of alcohol. This model will not protect us from interference. If members of parliament want to make bad things for us, they will do it, but it is more predictable and more stable. Advocacy of this work is potentially important for us. My last question, maybe I can hear from you. How will you motivate your staff? Quite easy. Do factors theory of motivation. First, person should be happy, level of salary, your workplace, premises where you work, equipment that you have, but it's not a guarantee that person will work well. Second, person could be motivated and see prospects of personal growth, career growth. When two factors are combined with very well-developed HR strategy, we can get effective and motivated staff members. Introducing the rating system. We should close the story with satisfaction, at least partially, making some reparation from time to time. As regards motivation, what is planned for the next years? Map of personal growth, etc., in parallel with changing the internal company. Thank you for not saying that this is money. It was included into the word rating. Money was included in the concept of rating. If there are no more questions, Galina has already asked about UA first. I shall ask a question about regional concept that should be changed for the next year. And it is the board who must develop this concept. 3 main tasks that should be prescribed in new concept. Please tell. First, change of vector of the channel. If you enter by channel, it's more informational broadcasting, increase of informational work. As regards target audience, pitchings that we conduct, maybe directions of pitching should be there into crystallization, debunking the myth. It's important to continue the scheme. Regional radio remains in the same volume. Links with central level for digital platform. Growth of the regional digital platform that in synergy will bring results for entire company. I thank Mykola Chernotitsky and invite, thank you, next candidate, Andriy Shapovalov. Andriy, we give the floor to candidate number 4, Mr. Shapovalov. 20 minutes for your presentation that you have sent to us. And then questions will be asked to you. Please. Now it is 13:53, so 20 minutes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear observers, dear members of Supervisory Board. At last, after all lengthy procedures, we have achieved the finish stage. And it's time to decide who must be the head of the board, management board. I will tell you briefly about my professional views, professional senses, and what is the practical sense, not theoretical sense of my program. How develop further the institutions, development of which started, first of all, due to your efforts. What are the areas? Creative work, creative synergy of all platforms, bringing all art workers into one team that is working in closed system and interaction, providing competitive product that contains both standards and principles included in our basic documents and value added value that will ensure its development. Most important is strategic planning, strategic interaction between creative staff for effective exchange of information and ideas, achieving specific goals, indicators, calculations of the mentioned strategy. Corporate area, close cooperation between processes and management of development. Associated commercial staff development strategies that are based on strict control for implementation of internal rules of procedure that work in uniform system of risk management, internal, external, audience, compliance procedures. The head of all this work should transfer corporate development from closed cycles on paper to conscience of the staff. Economic development, simple principle. Whether you have financing or not, you have budget funding or commercial, top management is responsible for economic block based on clear understanding of cost and benefits of all products, trying to achieve added value. Not only have well-balanced budget, but capitalize and develop company. Nowhere in the world you don't have such challenges when managers for years are complaining, I cannot cope with the work because I don't have money, but he or she has all instruments to obtain money. We must activate all instruments of impact. Two important aspects should be emphasized that should be done immediately. In the company, we have a huge problem with real, not paper strategic planning for objective reasons. The documents that are in public access do not contain clear and understandable algorithms, areas of risk principle, methodologies how to study the results. I mean, our realities of life. There are clear set goals. However, risks level down all realities. Marketing strategy of the company, for some reason, is secret. Strategic of regional development does not match with the existing realities. Second aspect, management of the company at any level, apart from regional, always must realize personal responsibility for managing process and people, but they don't understand it always. The two important areas, two problems that slow down development are more than enough to start active actions in this direction. Few other not less important challenges that you as members of Supervisory Board and we as candidates know, and one should work actively on that. These issues, these are the contents that we must define and develop for our broadcaster. Of course, changes in the law on public broadcaster. We are talking about that for a long time, but this procedure should be finalized somehow. But one should understand you can never finalize the process once and forever. All the process in legislation, they are divided in time. They should be changed all the time. One should realize in very detail the legal structure of the company in order to conclude whether it's working proper way and to decide what should be changed and how. Probably we should discuss development of our own production, advertising agency, and some other separate divisions that will allow to diversify finances and increase added value. We must discuss and compare different models for development of regional media. There's a lot of work, and the essence and the profoundness is clear. Important is to divide responsibility between myself, members of the board, heads of subdivisions, and all staff, and quickly, without losses, raise public broadcaster to the proper heights. This is important, this is interesting, this is principle important. This briefly. Many things could be analyzed in more detail, but you must realize all the details within the work of Suspilne in order to answer your questions more precisely. I gave you paper, 10 priority areas is, you know, my program, so thank you for your attention. I wait for your questions.
Well, I understand how tired you must be by now. I mean, all the 4 candidates took less than 20 minutes. Oksana Romaniuk, Alexander Pavlichenko. Thank you, sir. I have read the list of your priorities. Priority number 1 is donor assistance. Recently, you announced that Donbass Online was launched using donor funding. What kind of donors did you have in mind, and how much did they, so to speak, donate? And of course, what donors you're looking at in the future? Thank you for the question, ma'am. It wasn't me who launched the channel. It is owned by my wife, and let me clarify. Well, UA Donbass, which emerged out of the merger of Lot and Dotebe, that I was honored to head 2018 after a long cooperation with the donors under USBI 2. I kind of persuaded them to provide us with funding to create, well, this was to the tune of 186,000 US dollars. The grant, it was a unique story that I take pride in my 5 years of career at PSB. This was a very triumphant. It's operational. The equipment delivered is in use, and Yevhen, Svetlana, Vadim here visited with us in Severodonetsk, and they would listen to my presentation in the attic of an old building. You remember that time. Back then, we only started our negotiations with the donors. It was still a dream, a vision of mine. Then, 9 months later, the dream became something on paper, and we converted this dilapidated attic into a 420 square meters studio space. I reported on that as head of UA Donbass branch. Let me clarify my earlier question. I was asking about Donbass Online broadcaster. You seem to have mentioned no, UA Donbass is one thing, and we are quite clear about that. Maybe the information was somehow distorted. The Donbass Online was registered in 2020. I am not a shareholder or anyone. It's my wife channel. I took a break after my contract expired, my 5-year contract expired. So only it was in March this year that I'll finally joined when they started considering the possibility of web serials. I think it's quite trendy. Today, you can generate a lot of content for at much less cost. In Severodonetsk, it's not easy to do production. Thank you, Alexander Pavlichenko. Thank you, Andrei. I have a couple of questions to ask, if I may. Thank you, by the way, for the presentation of your program. I have a couple of things to ask you to clarify. Bullet points 7 and 10. You wrote, you were writing something about the future audiences of Ukrainian radio and FM. Could you be more specific, just a bit? Because you are posing almost like a magician. And bullet point 10, I asked a similar question before regarding pandemics and then coronavirus spread. How do you think the PSB should take this fact into account and learn working in this prevailing environment? How do you address this factor in our everyday lives? And I have a third question regarding your residence in Severodonetsk and this entire region affected by the conflict in the east. More generally, do you think PSB provides adequate coverage of the consequences of the conflict or impact of the conflict? Does it also do what it should in order to kind of reintegrate government controlled and the gray zone? Plus, I have also a question regarding this labor dispute. If you're elected, will you revoke the claim? Or thank you. I took note of all 4 questions of yours, and I'm happy to know that you must have analyzed my program in depth. With regard to that know-how, not do I only have that know-how, but experience as well. When we started back in Severodonetsk, we had to rebuild, so to speak, the entire network of transmitters previously, so to speak, linked to Luhansk. So I learned how a network is built in this situation. So I know where the white spots are in FM coverage map, Ukrainian radio. So we are quite clear as to how long it take to close these gaps, to eliminate these white spots. Give you a hint. Typically, radio broadcast is listened to when commuting or just on the road, and I know that this signal gets lost as you are on the road, and there are technologies how this can be done with automatic switching to new frequencies, and I know how this network can be developed with regard to the pandemics. Yes, sure. I heard a lot about that in 2015. With regard to the pandemics, well, it's a challenge. It's a challenge for the Suspilne, PSB. I emphasize when many people turn to offline, content producer should, so to speak, close so many educational, entertainment, kids related program. If it's done in perfect alignment with the mission and values of Suspilne, I'm sure people will get as a reward truthful info. Theaters, they lost their audiences, so we know that every region has their drama theaters, opera houses that are idle. So why don't we stream them online so people can watch? Severodonetsk, you asked this complex question. Did you mean to ask me whether it was easy for me living in Severodonetsk to assess the scope? Well, thanks to the internet. No. No, I mean, your knowledge of audiences currently in the territory is not controlled by the government of Ukraine. Do you think that PSB could help close the gap between government controlled and temporarily occupied areas? If I say that I have an answer, well, I'd probably be working someplace else. No. Only thing I know is that on the other side of the contact line, we have a ruthless and cynical adversary enemy who also tries to assail Ukrainian information space. The easiest tool to be used against him is truth. Well, how do we put back the country after 7 years of the conflict? If I may, if I ever am elected head of PSB, I'll certainly invite you to identify possible responses, what to be done. Well, I'd afford myself a broad answer. 2 years ago, we all could witness the supervisory board terminating contract with someone I hold in deep respect, Mr. Alasanya. I could not accept that decision. At least legally, there were issues with his dismissal. Zurab went to court, and I support his decision. It's European practice to take matters of this type to court, and then the court ruled in his favor. Regarding myself, well, I'll wait and see what the decision gonna be. At any rate, I will act only within the effective legislation, even speaking of any conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest. And Nanya Kudish Harchenko and Mr. Alsania. Here is my question to you, Andrei. You mentioned some challenges. Could you recite any achievements of the present governing, so to speak, structure of Suspilne? Thanks for the question. Some say we shouldn't underestimate achievements of Suspilne in the past 4 years. It is an important premise. I think I'm a lucky man. I have never been hostage of the government-run TV. When I started working at the broadcaster that hadn't existed before, I started building it to correspond to the values of Suspilne, so no signs of torture. At any rate, when I visited with most branches in the country, I can tell you that the greatest achievement is, well, getting rid of this biggest burden, the government pressure. It means a paradigm shift. People became free. Almost 3,000 people quit. New arrivals stepped in, younger people who are very eager to work, and they don't even conceive of getting dependent. When they hear that someone could pressurize them, they don't feel like being capable of getting pressurized. They just don't have this chip embedded. When I started working at Donbass, I saw a team made of, well, so to speak, old-timers and new people. So this is one of the biggest achievements, if not the single biggest achievement, making people free. Plus, you can imagine how much was involved in this transformation from government run to public service. A lot has been done. What hasn't is being able to attract enough audience and to produce content that would kind of capable of satisfying the interest of this audience. Dmitro Ananyev, you have another? Oh, yes. Thank you very much for having provided your enquiries to cyber police. Shapovalov, is that any relative of yours? No. Just popular last name in Ukraine. I can actually take an oath if you have a spare copy of the Bible here. Helena Totesh. Everybody seems to have looked into your program very attentively. I have a couple of questions on the substance. Thank you for not leaving out education, but far as I could see, you suggest that your culture broadcast digital classes. If yes, are you gonna cooperate with the All Ukrainian Online School? If at all, well, I'm sure that there's demand for this type of service, and PSB should use its potential in order to develop online school even more and join this project.
In the chapter where you describe different sections, cultures, others, I haven't seen where you cover children. You have audience starting from 17 plus. It's a difficult question. I have 3 kids, and I know very well how difficult to get them engaged to television or radio. Most probably they like digital. But first and foremost, one should engage them in entire process of creation. It is interesting both for children and for parents to watch what their children are doing. It's difficult to make this product without children. I hope to do it in cooperation with you. According to strategy prescribed, I hope that we shall find non-standard approaches. But I understand how big is potential for children's audience. I see figures of YouTube, and I understand when there are 8 billion views of children's programs, so this is a huge field for activity. For us as content producers, I recollect my previous experience. There was a children's studio called Veselka, Rainbow, that was not only producing children's content, but was engaging children themselves. That was a studio that was learning, that was teaching, that was growing and developing children, starting from small age. They were growing future students of journalist department of university and staff of the channel. There is place for that at all platforms. Another question. Item 8, strengthening financial independence. I quote, with quality management, company can find funding in no-profile expenditure of state authorities. Can you explain what you mean? Of course I can. This document, for me, in fact, is like a statute for a soldier. A soldier statute. I will use it in my future work and abide by what is written there without any doubt, fulfill all the norms. Article 14, if I'm not mistaken. Part 2. Part 3. Sources of funding, public broadcaster. State budget and local budget. When I was writing that, what I meant, the possibilities of getting money from local budget, from territorial communities budget, for instance. Of course, not violating mission and values of Suspilne. We're not thinking about that. Adequate cooperation of local communities with mass media is prescribed in the law. And the law not only allows them, but obliges them, obliges us to cover activity of local communities. It looks very fearful, as if coming back to this fearful legacy of previous state-run television. Maybe I perceive this terminology a bit differently. Coverage includes criticism, and the community, according to Constitution, the only source of power are people, society. Then all things come back to the proper places. Even if we do not talk about coverage, being a manager under supervision of your supervisory board, in case you have some complaints regarding this, you can always interfere. What is bad if we broadcast live session of local council? It is complicated technological work, and it will allow us to do it. It's not only local authorities from the authorities allow us, but there is also opposition that want to see that viewers will see all that is done by the authorities, good things and bad things. Lavrenti Malazonia question. Is it working? I am the only person from the entire pool of supervisory board that have not studied any program of any candidate, just reviewed. It's just waste of time. It's better to listen what a person says. I know what Vitaly Dukolenko made. I don't know at all what Oksana Tsibula has been doing. I know what Kola Chernotitsky has done. I know his role. But I have two questions to you. Not looking at your program at all your 10 point. How much money in grants you received? $186,000. From which government? That was UCBI 2 program. Taxpayers of US gave this money. Have you made a report for every dollar spent? No possibility of embezzlement, as it often happens. I communicated with Dan Long, who was the head of this project. The project has finished. They left back to USA. There were no complaints from their side, no questions. Inconvenient to me came from them. They were only praising how quickly we did it, how effective this work was. I remain very satisfied with this cooperation as well. These are people of action who implemented all these things in life quickly. And now follow-up question in Sasha Pavlyuchenko question. What was your conflict with leadership of Suspilne, with the board of Plavinio, head of the board, Zarabela Sanya? If there was any conflict, it was conflict regarding your vision personal or economical? What kind of conflict you had? Probably you had talked to him before that. It's a difficult, very difficult question. I don't have any personal conflict, neither with Rabalasanya, nor with any member of the board. Not with supervisory board members at all. I don't know whether it's correct to talk about it. There was a question, contradiction between certain provisions, rather legal procedural matters. I prescribe that all in complaint. You can close your claim easily if there are no other problems. If those people remain working, there will be no conflict. I didn't have conflict with Rabalasanya, nor with all these people, nor with public broadcaster as an entity. They were pure legal matters. Please. Thank you for your presentation. I was also a member of the board. You forgot about my existence. This is my estimate. We got to know your work. It was done very professional. It impressed me then. Can you please tell me? I have 3 questions. First, you have been working in a branch. Do you see any gaps in the work of management, top management of Suspilne, as regards development of branches? This is my first question. Second question, previous supervisory board, some member of previous supervisory board mentioned when voting for candidates, somebody mentioned that you do not have your team, expressed his doubts. Do you have a team? And who are these people, if you can call them a team? And my third question, do you see ways how to implement technical and technological modernization? Because this is a very, very important issue. Some computer programs are pirate programs, not licensed programs. The staff of Suspilne told me that. Can you make a modern competitive content using a wooden spoon? This is a figurative comparison. So 3 questions. We must be competitive in the market. Suspilne must compete in the market. That means that you must have quality content. Can you achieve this quality content if you do not make technical or technological change? Thank you for all your questions. Sorry for not mentioning your name. I do remember you very well. As regards the gaps of the management in the branches, for me, maybe it's not very correct to say it. At that time, I was a head of a branch myself. And I did what was necessary to do, although the procedure was very difficult. But we did it with dignity. As regards further development of the regions, I have several questions. In case I win and become the head, I will make immediate audit of the branches. I will visit them all. Maybe my perception is distorted because my perception comes from what I saw in Severodonetsk, Kramatorsk, in our area. User manager and producer, it was not a successful experiment. I think it is not normal when one person is developing something, doing creative job, but it's other person who approves it and signs all documents. It's good when a manager and producer are brothers, sacred friendship, people of the same blood. But it's difficult to find two exactly similar people. It is a problem. And the reduction of broadcasting is a problem. Like a pyramid type roof of our building, Suspilne is story of the people, about people by the people. It's there that you should find content. 1 hour of content, very little. 1 hour, 40 minutes of which is just from the studio with the Skype. Excuse me. Second question, my team. If you could know how big team I have and how many times I heard that I have no team. I have several dozens of candidates who will be happy to get engaged into my team. These people have advised me during my election campaign. I had the honor to get to know those people when I have been working in Donbass for 5 years. These are not people from Severodonetsk. They're not only local people. I mean, all over Ukraine. And it gave me unique chance to get to know the best media experts in our country. And now I know many of them who is fanning me. As regards election of members of the board, I have good proposals to you. Let us make primaries. I will present to you even more candidates that is necessary for the management board. And together with you, we should select the best of them, the most dignified, and then will be no questions about approval. Your approval, with my assistance, members of the management board whom I select. And I will work with them, and I can assure you that we can quickly achieve the goal that we are all dreaming about. To make Suspilne that we can all be proud of, I can share responsibility with you because Supervisory Board is the board which is governing. Thank you. Yes, yes, and yes. I have a good experience of creating a most modern TV channel. I'm very deep in this issue. I'm living with that. Hardware, equipment, how all that is working. In digital UA Donbass, where I was working, the indicators were the best even 2 or 3 years ago. Not only as regards the number of views, but engagement of audience, getting feedback from the audience. As regards social networks. And secondly, UA Donbass is the most modern station. It has been built based on the principle of module principle. You can quickly replace one block with the other, and you will immediately get a revolution. The entire technical side was organized like that for entire company. If we put patches on the holes, one place and the other place, it will not solve the problem. I shall come back to the hardware. This is my topic. I can speak for hours. All that was computerized equipment. We could reduce stuff. We didn't need camera. We were the first regional branch that came to 3HD. We integrated radio and television, made a joint studio long, long ago. We made a new studio based on 3 stream. One of the most modern equipment Using one computer, you can combine everything, which is much cheaper and much more effective. Instead of having many systemic blocks, hiring a lot of people, a person who is rewounding the cassette. I have technical solution. Moreover, in the process of my election campaign, I changed my view about members of the board. Instead of a member responsible for legal matters, because legal department can do it themselves, rather I have a member of the management board responsible for technical re-equipment, because I was really lucky. I had a unique consultant who is temporarily working in Mongolia, making Suspilne in Ulaanbaatar. He was working at BBC in Thailand. Julia Suljan, you maybe know him. I do not know whether he will agree to take this position. He is a mega brain person, but his solutions go ahead of time by 10 years. When we talk about huge money for equipment, we started from a small room, 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, not having a window. We had 1,100,000 from the Stella Radio and 2,400,000 hryvnias at special account. So less than 5 million. But in several years, we had 5 full-fledged studios, all was working, and we had our own production for 5 hours.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, for your replies. I've a handful of questions. Could you specify your talent management HR strategy? No, I mean, yeah, HR policy as related to talent management. I'm trying to find a brief answer. I personally like very much the abbreviation HR, human resource. Well, I don't like this personnel division. Human resource indeed is what should underlie motivation of people working for the PSB. It's not, well, it's not only money. Money is always something that matters, but people should grow understanding of their ownership of the mission they work for. The people should become aware of the freedom they enjoy working for the PSB. Plus, and that's probably the most important, their confidence in the future. I'm not just saying about the dedicated budget line. No, I'm in compensatory mechanisms, clear career paths, promotion prospects, training opportunities, social packages. That is to say, I am speaking about those compensatory mechanisms. Well, I was asking you about talent management, but I'm not the principles you'll apply to selecting candidates to the editorial board: integrity, professionalism, and experience, relevant experience. Thank you. what would your first 6 decision be in the first 6 months of your tenure? Oh, so many of these decisions. Well, I'll try to specify. So I am generally speaking about first 6 weeks of your tenure. Well, go deeper, and ever deeper, because there are many questions I still have no answers to. First thing, probably in the morning, would be to meet members of the board, continuing in their positions. I'd like to tell them about my vision and hear about theirs. Also, I would certainly like to get a clearer picture of the regional situation. I have been in the company for a year, maybe there have been some positive developments of some changes for the worse. Also, I am quite keen to understand the situation with digital, and certainly would like to know why the audience engagement is so little given the number of views. You also mentioned something about an aggressive commercial strategy. What's the definition of that strategy by you? I will go back to my manual. Article 14, bullet point 14. It's about selling own product. When my peers today were speaking about advertising market, they must have meant advertising of the product we generate, PSB could generate. So this is number one. But second of all, working not only with that big names in marketing and advertising, but also with the smaller size advertising streams that big media holdings aren't interested in. They are not interested in placing advertising for, say, 10 days or 2 weeks. No, of course, telemagazine, they turn their faces from those smaller companies. Our own, so to speak, in-house aggressive advertising strategy will help us identify this potential in the market, and that may bode well for our future revenues. Plus regional branches aren't using this potential. Regarding our own production, marketable production, so to speak, Ilarion Pavliuk, we went to the university together. He is a co-founder of Ivory Films, a company been producing #1 show at channel. What was this? The name? So we are in contact. Стосується кожного. In Ukraine. Ivor is doing that in Ukraine, yes. This is Ukraine speaking. Ivory Film is producing it, and he, at least until recently, was co-founder and co-producer. So when about half a year, when we considered doing web series, I delved into this matter deeper. So today I understand the cost involved. Not a big deal. So PSB can do that given its potential, and it has a tendency to reducing the cost over time. With so much branches deployed, we can offer it to smaller size companies in Ukraine, making it affordable for them. Natalia Harach. For people and about people, the slogan Jan mentioned. Is there room for persons with disabilities amongst those people? Persons with disabilities, it's not about discrimination, I'm sure. I would break your question down into two parts. First of all, persons with disabilities have well, we have to help society, well, accept, perceive these people as just ordinary members of the society. If, however, you refer to hiring PWDs, I am sure that we are not talking about accessibility, universal design ramps, no, rather working conditions free of any discrimination toward people with disabilities. Regarding content, well, I can't probably recall of more motivational content as the content about persons with disabilities. When I watch Paralympics, I get this jitters, and when I complain about my problems, well, they inspire me, they enthuse me, and I know that stories of PWDs can inspire anyone. Do you foresee PWDs working as anchors? We have a great example of Телебачення Toronto, Toronto TV YouTube channel. No problems at all. Vadim Miskay and Katerina Butenko. Thanks, Andrei, for the presentation. And for the material you handed over to us. Digital platforms, where are your priorities in this respect? Because digital means potential for attracting younger audiences. We may well expect that part of our traditional audience will just die away. I mean, our traditional platform, not digital. The supervisory board is keen. And what do you think in terms of digital? Thank you. I'm planning to work very closely with digital, and something I mentioned before. I understand that digital is the future. Social networks, digital first, nobody questions the validity, and then probably digital will be so to speak, launched even earlier than the radio. Once I offered the idea of a holistic newsroom, digital TV, radio, 3 in 1, so to speak. I am not particularly inclined to promote the idea of referrals through ukr.net, but I understand this might be a necessary option as of now. The most important role of digital is audience engagement, and I'm going to look very closely at that. And YouTube, I understand the challenges involved in working through YouTube. I looked into this matter. I think I have a very good grasp about philosophies of YouTube and Facebook. It's about inequalities, about lack of why millions of viewers. A person was insulted, and person is trying to find justice. I see no discrepancy between the mission of PSB and the philosophies, ideologies of YouTube or Facebook in this respect. Katarina Botenko. Well, let me speak about any possibility to broadcast sessions of local councils or something like that. But my question is different. Why do you think you're going to be more efficient as your competition in this selection procedure? Where are your strengths here as against your competition? And what's your priority, ratings or upholding the standards and the mission of the Suspilne PSB? Well, I don't think that we could separate this. It's a hen and egg question, and I have no answer. Oh, rooster. Well, maybe, but this is not. As far as my personal efficiency is concerned, my entire professional life shows that I have ever failed. Well, I succeeded, not to the full extent. This is part of my family history, my political history as member of a legislature. Why have you succeeded, Annie? Because I had very good teachers, mentors. I am quite perseverant. Let me assure you, I've relevant experience and desire to 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 change the situation, the status quo. Thank you. A short remark from Mr. Lasanier, and I will then ask my question. Let me take you back to the team. We're not gonna convene any primaries. I mean, us, the supervisory board. This is your responsibility. Do not try to shift that responsibility on us. And another question. You seem to have said that if elected, chairman of the board, you try to invite your colleagues Vitaly, Oksana didn't mind. Let me reiterate that it would be wrong to downplay the achievements of Suspilne in the 4 years. Well, dear colleagues, I'll tell you this. People keep saying that you are first has low ratings. What do you think the rating's gonna be after a year of your being in possession?
I understand that in 1 year time we should have rating. And I think we should be proud of that. I think that 40% of films will be purchased with good scenario. You can find them in the market of Poland and Germany. 10% must be our own promo channel. And positioning of the channel. 10% news, 10% talk show, about 20% there should be publicist stories. Here we must engage the content from the region. 90% and 10 remaining percent would be given to children program, education program. Let's be careful with figures. Of course, I can give more than colleagues for you to like it me. From 3 to 5% within 1 year. Do not prompt, let him weigh his possibility. I was asking every candidate. I'm dreaming of having 3% within 1 year. It is a triumph. You can leave this position and invite the successor. Okay, thank you. Very last question. In the end of this year, Supervisory Board must improve the new concept of regional broadcasting for next years. You should prepare this concept when you become the head of management. Name 3 major tasks prescribed in this concept. 3 major tasks. Increasing your own production. I think one should make creative part free from the center, and to create a monitoring group. Let people work freely, that they start really sinning freely. I saw the situation from inside. It could be a bad story. And said, one should reduce administrative overload. Huge number of kind of agreements, reports submitted. I prescribed all that in the program. That hampers the work. It's paralyzing work of the branches to some extent. When someone criticized me, shall I give them telephone of the bosses? They have our telephones, but is it okay when this member of the board, or member of his boss, will be answering his phone calls 24 hours a day? It's not a proper approach. just reduction of administrative bureaucratic procedure. Thank you, Andrei. We let you go. Colleagues, the meeting of Supervisory Board continues. I mentioned from the very beginning, after we listen to all presentations, all programs, and candidates provide answers to the question, according to the rules of procedure, we announce a break to discuss it between ourselves. It could last up to 1 hour. Let us make a break for half an hour until 15:35. Then we get together. We vote for the format of the ballot paper, vote for counting commission, and then vote. So half an hour break now.
Let's continue our work after the break. We now need to adopt the form of the ballot with which we're going to vote and elect the counting panel. You have a copy of such a ballot without names for now. Please look at it, whether you have any comments, and then the ballots would be distributed. We will sign them and they will be handed out to you. Any comments? Who supports this form of the ballot? Anyone against? Anyone abstained? I'm with you. Victor is in support of it. Now we have to elect the counting committee with 3 members, and the committee would then elect the chair and the secretary. Dmitro Ananyev, Vyacheslav Kozak, and Vadim Misky. Who supports this composition of the counting committee? Anyone who's against it? Abstaining? It has been adopted. We will now assign the ballots and they will be handed out to you. You'll be able to see it on the screen. Vadim and I have signed 13 ballots, all the members of the supervisory board who will vote with a secret ballot by filling in anonymous protocols, and 2 members of the supervisory board will vote in an open way. They have agreed to do it openly, Viktor Bobarenko and Maxim Kratchetov. First, we will vote with the ballots, and then we will ask questions of the members of the supervisory board who would vote remotely. Let me remind you that we have 4 candidates. Alphabetically, Dokalenko, Tsibulia, Chernotitsky, and Shapovalov. Here they are. Please put your mark against just one of the candidates. If that candidate gets 8 or more votes, minimum 8, then one would win in the first round. Please, let's vote. Please show us Viktor Bobarenko on the screen. Viktor, just a second. Have all the members present voted? Yes. I will ask Viktor Bobarenko to tell us who of the 4 candidates he supports. I, Viktor Bobarenko, vote for Mykola Chernotitsky. Thank you. Please, the counting board, the tellers, please write it down. Maxim, please choose one of the candidates out of the 4. Can you once again name them? Vitaly Mykolenko, Oksana Tsibulya, Mykola Chernotitsky, Andriy Shapovalov. Who would Maxim Krechto vote for? Andriy Shapovalov. Thank you. I will ask the counting board to go and count the votes. Somebody is saying, don't give any secrets away, dear colleagues. Colleagues, can I ask for your attention, please? I will ask the chairman of the counting board to tell us the number of votes that each of the candidates has received. Dmitry Ananyev is the chair of the counting board. Andriy Shapovalov has received 5 votes. Mykola Chernotitsky, 10 votes. This is it. So Vitaly Mykolenko and Oksana Tsibulya, not a single vote. Colleagues, we have the winner in the first round. As a result of the voting, the head of the management board is now Mykola Chernotitsky, who has received 10 votes out of 15. Now a draft resolution. According to item 15 of part 3 of the ruling, the regulations on election of the head of the management board adopted with the decision of the supervisory board, number 51. We have adopted the protocol now according to sub-item 6 of item 1, section 2 of the regulations of the supervisory board. Paragraph 2 of item 13, section 3 of the regulations on the competition for the positions of the management board adopted with the decision of the supervisory board, number 51. And on the basis of the voting in the very first round of the second stage of the competition, Mykola Mykolaievich Chernatitsky has been elected as head of the management board for the period of 4 years. Second, the corporate secretary should disclose the information about the composition of the management board according to the provisions adopted by the Securities Commission, number 2813, registered by the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine, number 2180/24712. Colleagues, who supports this draft decision? Anybody against it? Anyone abstaining? Viktor Bobarenko, you are for it. Yes, then the decision has been adopted unanimously. At the time of the voting, we had 15 members of the supervisory board participating in it. Now we have 14 members. In other words, at the time when the voting took place, we had 15 members. Colleagues, thank you very much, everybody, for this competition. The next competition, if everything is all right, and if the supervisory board does not dismiss anyone, then the next competition is to take place within 4 years. We have our next meeting this Thursday, the 29th of April. Tomorrow we have meetings of 2 committees, and we're going to discuss everything on Thursday. One committee meeting is at 11 tomorrow, the other at 2 p.m. Thank you very much for your participation, and greetings to everyone.